Hello and welcome back. Settle in tonight. Let the mattress take your weight. Let the day finally slide off your shoulders. Tonight, we're not digging into the ground at all. We're looking down at it from hundreds of miles up, through the eyes of satellites and lasers and radar beams that can see straight through sand, jungle canopy, and centuries of forgotten soil. Over the last few decades, this quiet, patient technology has handed archaeologists an entirely new way of finding the past, revealing buried rivers under the Sahara, entire hidden cities under the jungles of Cambodia and Guatemala, and lost settlements under the Amazon canopy that no one on the ground had ever even suspected were there. None of it required a shovel to begin. It only required someone patient enough to finally look at the right picture, taken from very far away, and notice what had been hiding in plain sight the entire time. Everything you'll hear tonight is real, genuine, published, peer-reviewed archaeology, not speculation about lost advanced technology or vanished super civilizations. Just people, patient instruments, and old ground finally getting the careful look it deserved. You don't need to remember any of it. Let your eyes rest closed. Let your breathing slow, in gently through the nose, and out even more slowly. There's nothing to solve tonight. Only a long, quiet drift above old, patient ground. Let's begin. In November of 1981, the Space Shuttle Columbia carried into orbit an experimental imaging radar instrument. And when its data came back down to Earth, it revealed something nobody expected: faint, ghostly traces of ancient river channels, buried beneath the driest, most lifeless sand dunes of the eastern Sahara. Ordinary cameras had only ever shown scientists an unbroken expanse of empty desert. But radar waves, unlike visible light, can penetrate several meters of dry sand before bouncing back, revealing the actual shape of the solid ground hidden underneath. Geologists quickly nicknamed these newly revealed channels radar rivers, confirming what old local legend had long insisted was true, that a vast, vanished network of waterways once threaded through what is now one of the driest places on the planet. Sometimes the most useful thing a satellite can do isn't take a clearer picture of what's visible, but finally show us what dry sand had been quietly hiding from sight for thousands of years. The Sahara wasn't always a desert. As recently as 6,000 years ago, during a period climate scientists call the African humid period, much of what is now barren sand was instead a green, well-watered landscape of lakes, grasslands, and slow-moving rivers, capable of supporting considerable human and animal life. The radar rivers revealed by satellite imagery are the buried remnants of that older, wetter world, channels that carried real water for thousands of years before the region's climate gradually, and quite dramatically, dried out. Understanding exactly where these ancient rivers once flowed has given archaeologists a genuinely valuable map of where ancient Saharan peoples most likely settled, hunted, and gathered, since human communities have always tended to cluster near reliable water. A desert this dry and this empty today, it turns out, spent thousands of years being an entirely different, considerably more hospitable place. Following the radar rivers revealed by the 1981 Columbia mission, researchers on the ground located actual physical evidence of ancient human habitation, clustered precisely where the buried channels indicated water once flowed. Stone tools, ancient hearths, and the remains of long-dried oases scattered along the exact same buried paths the satellite radar had traced from space. In some spots, modern wells drilled based on this same radar data successfully struck genuine groundwater, still slowly flowing far beneath the sand, exactly where the ancient rivers had once run on the surface. It's a remarkable practical outcome for what began as a purely scientific curiosity. Technology built to study the ancient past ended up directly helping modern communities find water today, sometimes uncovering the deep past and solving a very real present-day problem turn out to be exactly the same patient piece of work. Following that first successful 1981 flight, NASA flew an improved version of the same radar technology aboard the Space Shuttle Endeavour in 1994. This time, specifically searching for buried geological structures beneath the Sahara, relevant to understanding the ancient course of the Nile River itself. The improved radar revealed an entirely separate, previously unknown buried river channel, adding further detail to the growing picture of just how dramatically this landscape's water systems have shifted and reorganized over deep geological time. Researchers specifically wanted to understand why the Nile takes its unusual looping bend through Sudan, rather than continuing on a more direct northward path. A genuine geological mystery radar imaging has helped narrow down considerably. It's a fitting reminder that even a river as famous and thoroughly studied as the Nile still had real, substantial secrets left for a satellite to help finally uncover, building on the original radar river discoveries. Later satellite missions, using an instrument called pulsar, traced an entire buried drainage system stretching nearly 600 miles across modern Libya and Sudan, beginning in 3 separate mountain ranges and converging into a single ancient channel before eventually reaching what is now the sand-soaked Kafra Oasis region. Mapping a river system this vast, entirely invisible from the ground and completely buried beneath modern dunes, would have been essentially impossible using traditional ground-based archaeological survey methods alone. It offers a genuinely striking sense of scale for just how much this ancient, wetter Sahara once resembled a fully functioning, richly connected landscape, rather than the empty, uniform desert it appears to be today. An entire 600-mile river system, it turns out, can still hide successfully beneath the sand, waiting patiently for exactly the right kind of instrument to finally notice it. Not far from where these buried river systems have been traced, in the remote Egyptian desert, ancient herders raised a modest stone circle at a site called Nabta Plya roughly 7,000 years ago, aligning several of its standing stones with the summer solstice sunrise. Satellite and aerial survey work has helped researchers place this ancient monument within its proper wider landscape context, confirming its position relative to the same seasonal water sources. The broader radar river research has helped identify across the region. For cattle herding communities living in a landscape this unpredictable, correctly anticipating the arrival of seasonal rains wasn't idle curiosity. It was survival itself, carefully observed and recorded in stone. It's a fitting reminder that even before satellites existed to map it from space, people living in this same landscape were already using their own patient observation to track exactly the same seasonal water cycles. Before we travel further afield tonight, it's worth pausing briefly on exactly how this remote sensing technology actually works, since the same basic principles reappear again and again across every discovery we'll wander through tonight. Radar instruments send out microwave pulses that can penetrate dry sand, soil, and even some vegetation before bouncing back to the satellite, revealing buried structures invisible to any ordinary camera. LiDAR, a technology will return to repeatedly tonight. Instead, fires millions of laser pulses from an aircraft toward the ground, timing exactly how long each pulse takes to bounce back, to calculate the precise shape of the surface beneath, even when that surface sits hidden under dense forest canopy. Both methods share the same underlying idea that light and radio waves can quietly see past whatever obstacle happens to be sitting on top of the thing archaeologists actually want to study. Once a LiDAR-equipped aircraft collects its raw laser data, computers process millions of individual return signals, mathematically filtering out the reflections that bounced off leaves, branches, and treetops, keeping only the small percentage of laser pulses that actually managed to reach all the way down to bare ground through small gaps in the canopy. The result is a detailed digital model of the actual Earth's surface, completely stripped of the forest sitting on top of it, revealing roads, mounds, and building foundations that would otherwise remain genuinely invisible to anyone standing on the ground beneath thick tropical vegetation. This filtering process, once requiring enormous computing time, has become dramatically faster and more accessible over the past decade, helping explain why LiDAR archaeology has produced so many significant discoveries in such a short, concentrated span of years. It's a remarkable thing that an entire hidden landscape can be mathematically rebuilt, tree by mathematically ignored tree, from data collected in a single afternoon of low-altitude flying. In April of 2012, a research team led by archaeologist Damien Evans spent just 20 hours flying a helicopter equipped with LiDAR equipment over the jungles surrounding Cambodia's famous Angkor temple complex, scanning an area of roughly 140 square miles, including the sacred hills of Phnom Kolen. When the resulting data was processed, it revealed something researchers had only known previously from centuries-old temple inscriptions. An entire, previously undocumented 9th century city, complete with formal roads, canals, and temples, hidden beneath dense, unbroken forest canopy the entire time. Evans later described the moment of discovery as an immediate, almost overwhelming eureka moment, pulling up the freshly processed data on a screen and seeing an entire ancient city appear all at once, rather than emerging gradually, the way traditional excavation typically unfolds. Sometimes a discovery that would have taken decades of careful digging to piece together instead arrives, essentially complete. In a single striking afternoon at a computer screen, the city revealed beneath Koatlins forest canopy was Mahendrapyarvata, known previously only through ancient inscriptions as the site where Jayavarman II declared himself king of the world in the year 802, formally founding the Khmer Empire that would later build Angkor Wat itself some 3 centuries afterward. The LiDAR survey confirmed the city was considerably larger and more thoroughly formally planned than anyone had previously suspected, covering at least 14 square miles of deliberately organized urban space. Researchers still aren't entirely certain why this early capital was eventually abandoned. The one leading theory points towards severe deforestation and the failure of the city's own water management systems, an oddly familiar kind of environmental strain we've already encountered in other ancient cities on other nights. A civilization capable of building an entire planned city, it turns out, still wasn't immune to eventually being undone by the very landscape it had reshaped to build it. Beyond simply confirming Mahendrapyarvata's existence, the same 2012 LiDAR survey revealed that the massive, world-famous Angkor Wat temple complex itself was never an isolated monument standing alone, but rather one carefully integrated piece within a much larger, formally planned urban landscape stretching across the entire surrounding region. Previously invisible roads, canals, and residential neighborhoods emerged from the data, confirming that medieval Angkor functioned as what many archaeologists now consider the largest pre-industrial urban settlement anywhere on Earth. This transformed researchers' basic understanding of how the Khmer Empire's capital actually worked, revealing a sprawling, densely connected city rather than simply a cluster of impressive but separate religious monuments. Even a site as famous and thoroughly photographed as Angkor Wat, visited by millions of tourists every single year, still had an entire hidden city's worth of context waiting patiently underneath its own surrounding jungle. Following the initial success at Koatlin, further LiDAR surveys scanned the broader area around Koh Ker, another significant Khmer temple complex, revealing that human modification of the landscape was so extensive and thorough that virtually the entire surveyed area showed clear evidence of deliberate ancient engineering. This kind of comprehensive, near-total landscape modification suggests medieval Khmer society, organized labor, and resources on a genuinely massive, coordinated scale, reshaping enormous stretches of countryside to support their growing urban population. Archaeologists studying the region now describe Angkor's broader urban footprint as considerably larger and more complex than any comparable pre-industrial city documented anywhere else in the world. It's a striking thought that an entire civilization's engineering ambition could remain almost completely invisible for centuries, simply because the forest it once cleared had grown patiently back over every single trace of it. In February of 2018, researchers announced results from an ambitious LiDAR survey covering more than 800 square miles of dense jungle across northern Guatemala's Bedtime region, funded by a Guatemalan cultural heritage organization called the Pakeo Onam Foundation. The results were genuinely staggering. Over 60,000 previously undocumented structures, including houses, palaces, defensive walls, causeways, and entire farming terraces, all hidden beneath jungle canopy so thick that traditional ground surveys had only ever mapped a small fraction of what actually existed. Archaeologist Thomas Garrison, one of the project's lead researchers, called the discovery a genuine game changer, one that immediately shifted the entire baseline understanding of how ancient Maya archaeology needed to be conducted going forward. A single coordinated flight campaign, in other words, accomplished considerably more in a single summer than an entire prior half-century of careful, dedicated ground excavation had managed on its own. Among the more striking individual discoveries buried within the 2018 Guatemala LiDAR data was an entire 7-story pyramid, so thoroughly overgrown with vegetation that archaeologist Thomas Garrison had actually stood within about 150 feet of it during a 2010 ground survey, and never noticed anything unusual about the tree-covered hill in front of him. At the nearby site of Alsace, the same survey revealed a massive 30-foot defensive fortification wall, previously completely unknown despite considerable prior archaeological work already having taken place at that exact same site. These kinds of findings reveal just how easily even dedicated, experienced archaeologists can walk directly past a genuinely massive ancient structure without ever realizing it, simply because centuries of patient jungle growth had done such a remarkably thorough job of disguising it. Sometimes the difference between missing a 7-story pyramid entirely and finally finding it comes down to nothing more than which direction you happened to be looking from, and from how far above. The sheer number of structures revealed across Guatemala's LiDAR survey led researchers to substantially revise their population estimates for the ancient Maya civilization at its peak, with some scholars now proposing the region may have supported somewhere between 7 and 11 million people around the year 800, considerably higher than most previous estimates had assumed. This transformed understanding suggests Maya civilization functioned as a genuinely dense, thoroughly interconnected network of cities, rather than the more isolated, self-sufficient city-states many archaeologists had previously imagined. Extensive agricultural terracing and elaborate irrigation canals revealed by the same survey helped explain exactly how a population this large could actually have been reliably fed across such a challenging tropical landscape. It's a considerable revision to sit with, that an ancient civilization studied carefully for well over a century still turned out to have been dramatically larger and more organized than anyone had previously fully appreciated. Beyond individual structures and population estimates, the 2018 Guatemala survey also revealed an extensive network of raised causeways connecting major Maya cities across considerable distances, wide enough and substantial enough to suggest organized, deliberate engineering rather than simple worn footpaths gradually formed through repeated use. These causeways, some elevated and paved to remain usable even during seasonal flooding, indicate a genuinely sophisticated transportation and communication network linking cities that were previously assumed to have operated in relative isolation from one another. The survey additionally revealed clear evidence of extensive defensive fortifications surrounding several major sites, suggesting organized warfare and territorial conflict played a more significant, sustained role in Maya political life than earlier, more peaceful interpretations of Maya civilization had generally assumed. Ancient Maya cities, it turns out, were connected by considerably more than shared culture and trade alone. They were connected, quite literally, by roads built specifically and carefully to reach each other. Following its initial success, the Pakeoonam LiDAR initiative continued expanding its survey area across subsequent years, eventually mapping well over 4,000 square miles of Guatemala's lowland jungle and identifying more than 110,000 individual structures across the wider central Maya region. Researchers have used this expanded dataset to study patterns of wealth and social status across ancient Maya society, comparing the distribution of elaborate masonry buildings against simpler residential structures to reconstruct how economic inequality was actually organized across both urban centers and surrounding rural communities. This represents, by a considerable margin, the largest sample of archaeological structures ever assembled and studied using LiDAR technology in a single unified research project anywhere in the world. What began as a single ambitious survey over one region of Guatemala has since grown into one of the most significant ongoing archaeological research efforts anywhere on the planet. For decades, popular imagination pictured the Amazon rainforest as an essentially untouched wilderness, far too nutrient poor and inhospitable to have ever supported large, complex ancient societies. That picture has been thoroughly overturned by a growing wave of LiDAR surveys conducted across the Amazon basin over the past 2 decades, each one revealing extensive earthworks, roads, and settlement patterns that had simply been invisible beneath dense tropical canopy the entire time. In January of 2024, researchers published perhaps the most striking example yet, revealing an enormous network of ancient cities hidden beneath Ecuador's Upahno Valley, dating back at least 2,500 years, over 1,000 years older than any other known complex Amazonian society discovered up to that point. It's a genuinely significant scientific correction, made necessary entirely by finally looking at the right landscape from directly above rather than only from the ground. Archaeologist Stefan Rostian had been excavating individual earthen mounds scattered across Ecuador's Upahno Valley for nearly 3 decades before a 2015 LiDAR survey finally revealed the full, staggering scope of what he had actually been walking through the entire time. The resulting data uncovered more than 6,000 earthen platforms, organized into 15 distinct settlement clusters, spread across roughly 300 square miles, connected by an extensive network of wide, perfectly straight roads, some stretching over 15 miles between individual communities. Rothstein has since described reviewing the newly processed data as feeling like receiving a new, unexpected gift each and every day, discovering yet another previously unknown feature hidden within the same landscape he thought he already understood reasonably well. Sometimes even 30 years of dedicated, careful fieldwork on the ground still can't fully substitute for a single, well-timed flight directly overhead. The ancient cities revealed beneath Ecuador's Upahno Valley were built and occupied between roughly 500 BCE and 600 CE, meaning this particular Amazonian society flourished at almost exactly the same time as the Roman Empire, entirely unaware of each other's existence on opposite sides of the planet. Researchers estimate the valley may have supported a population of 10 to 30,000 people, broadly comparable to the size of Roman-era London, organized around central plazas and connected by roads wide and straight enough to suggest deliberate, coordinated surveying and engineering. Excavations at the site have recovered painted pottery, stone tools, and large ceramic jugs still containing residue from chicha, a traditional fermented corn beverage brewed and shared across the ancient Amazon. It's a genuinely striking image to sit with tonight. An organized, planned Amazonian city, its own residents very possibly sharing a drink together at almost the exact same moment. Roman senators were doing much the same thing on an entirely different continent. Just 2 years before the Upahno Valley discovery, in 2022, a separate LiDAR survey revealed an equally significant ancient urban network hidden beneath the Bolivian Amazon, built by a society researchers call the Sahara culture between roughly 500 and 1400 CE. The survey identified 2 major settlement centers, one covering nearly 400 acres, protected by defensive moats and earthen ramparts, featuring tall conical pyramids, elevated causeways, and an engineered canal system stretching over 4 miles in length. Researchers describe this kind of settlement pattern as low-density urbanism, a genuinely distinct model of city building in which population and infrastructure spread out gradually across a much wider engineered landscape, rather than concentrating tightly within a single dense urban core, the way ancient cities elsewhere more typically did. It represents an entirely different, equally valid way of organizing a genuinely complex ancient society. one that popular imagination had almost completely failed to previously anticipate. Taken together, the Upah Valley and Kasarah Bay discoveries form part of a much larger, ongoing scientific reassessment of the ancient Amazon, with one 2023 study estimating that more than 10,000 additional pre-Columbian earthworks likely remain still hidden across the wider Amazon basin, waiting for future LiDAR surveys to finally reveal them. Researchers now increasingly prefer to speak of multiple historically distinct Amazonias rather than treating the entire rainforest as a single, uniform cultural region, recognizing the genuinely enormous diversity of ancient societies that once thrived there. Archaeologists studying the region describe this ongoing wave of discovery as a genuine paradigm shift, definitively proving that far more people lived in and far more deliberately shaped the Amazon rainforest than almost anyone had previously assumed. It's a remarkable thing to consider that one of the most dramatic archaeological rewrites of the past decade is still very much actively unfolding today. One carefully processed LiDAR flight at a time. For nearly a century, explorers searched the remote Mosquitia region of eastern Honduras for a legendary lost settlement local stories called Ciudad Blanca, the White City, a place described in colonial era accounts and indigenous oral tradition alike, yet never definitively located by any expedition, despite repeated attempts stretching back to the 1920s. In May of 2012, a privately funded LiDAR survey flying over a remote, mountain-ringed valley finally revealed clear evidence of substantial ancient architecture hidden beneath the jungle canopy below, including plazas, earthworks, and what appeared to be a large earthen pyramid. A follow-up ground expedition in 2015 confirmed the site was a genuine, extensive pre-Columbian settlement, occupied primarily between roughly 800 and 1250 CE by a distinct, still not fully identified ancient culture. Sometimes a story passed down for generations turns out to be pointing towards something entirely real, simply waiting for the right technology to finally catch up with it. It's worth noting, with real honesty, that the popular framing of this discovery as a sudden, dramatic finding of a lost city deserves some genuine care. Indigenous communities living in the surrounding Mosquitia region have long maintained that they already knew about this particular site and had deliberately chosen to leave it undisturbed out of respect, rather than ever having lost track of its location at all. The site's eventual media nicknames, including City of the Jaguar and City of the Monkey God, were coined by the outside expedition team itself, carrying no actual grounding in local indigenous history or naming tradition. The genuine scientific value of the 2012 LiDAR survey, confirming and precisely mapping a real, substantial archaeological site, stands entirely on its own without needing an exaggerated, lost, and rediscovered narrative layered on top of knowledge local communities had actually never lost in the first place. Ground excavations at the confirmed Honduran site eventually uncovered an untouched ceremonial cache of over 200 carved stone sculptures and ceremonial seats deliberately arranged at the base of the site's central earthen pyramid, apparently left in place when the settlement was finally abandoned roughly 500 years ago. Among the recovered objects was a striking stone effigy, blending human and jaguar features, likely representing a spiritual practitioner undergoing ritual transformation into a powerful animal spirit. The cache had remained completely undisturbed for centuries, protected by the same dense, largely inaccessible jungle terrain that had also kept the site itself concealed from outside expeditions for so long. It stands as one of the only such ceremonial caches ever professionally excavated intact anywhere in the wider Mosquitia region, offering a genuinely rare, carefully preserved window into a culture that still remains only partially understood today. Space archaeologist Sarah Parkak built her career around a genuinely clever technique, using high-resolution infrared satellite imagery to detect the subtle chemical differences left in soil by buried ancient mudbrick structures, which absorb and retain moisture differently than the surrounding earth around them. In 2011, her team announced they had used this method across the entirety of Egypt to identify as many as 17 potential buried pyramids, along with roughly 1,000 possible tombs and over 3,000 potential ancient settlements based on these same subtle infrared soil signatures. It represented a genuinely innovative, large-scale application of satellite technology to archaeological survey work conducted across an entire country's landscape from orbit, rather than through traditional, far slower ground-based methods. The basic technique itself, using infrared imagery to detect buried structures through their effect on soil moisture, has since become a genuinely valuable, widely adopted tool across the wider field. It's worth being honestly precise about exactly what that 2011 Egyptian survey actually confirmed, since media coverage at the time significantly overstated some of its claims. Of the 17 potential pyramids Parcak's team identified from satellite data, only a small number have since been physically confirmed through actual ground excavation, while the majority remain unverified and could ultimately turn out to be other kinds of structures entirely, including elite tombs unrelated to pyramid construction. Similarly, while headlines described the ancient city of Tanis as having been discovered through this survey, archaeologists had actually already been excavating Tanis since 1836, well over a century and a half earlier. Parcak's genuine, verified contribution was producing a remarkably detailed satellite map of Tanis's full street layout, not discovering the city's existence in the first place. Good science, even when it produces real, valuable results, doesn't always need the extra, exaggerated headline layered on top of it to still be worth taking seriously. Beyond any single specific claim, Sarah Parcak's broader, genuinely well-documented contribution to archaeology includes helping pioneer the systematic use of satellite imagery to detect looting and site destruction across conflict zones and vulnerable archaeological regions. Work recognized with a $1 million TED prize in 2016. She used that prize funding to launch Global Explorer, a citizen science platform, allowing ordinary volunteers anywhere in the world to review satellite imagery and help flag potential undiscovered sites or active looting, all without needing any specialized archaeological training themselves. This crowdsourced approach has allowed archaeological survey work to scale up dramatically, processing vastly more imagery than any single research team could realistically review alone. It's a genuinely democratic vision for how satellite archaeology might continue developing going forward, not as the closely guarded specialty of a small handful of expert researchers, but as a shared, collaborative project anyone with an internet connection can meaningfully contribute toward. Between 2010 and 2014, an international team led by the University of Birmingham and Austria's Ludwig Boltzmann Institute, conducted what became known as the Stonehenge Hidden Landscapes Project, using ground-penetrating radar, magnetometers, and other non-invasive scanning equipment to digitally map nearly 3,000 acres of countryside surrounding the famous monument. Rather than digging a single new excavation pit, researchers instead built an extraordinarily detailed three-dimensional map of everything buried up to 10 feet beneath the modern ground surface, covering an area considerably larger than any comparable archaeological survey previously attempted anywhere in the world. Lead researcher Vince Gaffney described the results simply. Nobody had any idea so much additional archaeology was quietly sitting there, completely unexcavated, directly beneath a landscape that had already been studied by generations of dedicated archaeologists. Even one of the most famous, most thoroughly visited ancient monuments on Earth, it turns out, still had an entire hidden landscape's worth of secrets waiting patiently underneath the surrounding grass. Among the Hidden Landscapes Project's most significant discoveries was clear evidence that Durrington Walls, a massive nearby earthwork already known to be the largest henge monument of its kind anywhere in the world, once featured a row of up to 60 enormous timber or stone posts, some potentially as tall as 10 feet, arranged along part of its perimeter. Researchers now sometimes refer to this feature informally as a superhenge, and some of these original massive posts may still lie buried and completely intact directly beneath the monuments surrounding earthen banks. The survey also revealed previously unknown pits arranged in patterns suggesting deliberate astronomical alignment, along with numerous smaller burial mounds and settlement traces scattered throughout the wider surrounding landscape. It's a genuinely remarkable thing that ground-penetrating radar deployed carefully and patiently across thousands of acres can still reveal an entirely new monument's worth of standing timber, never once glimpsed by any archaeologist actually standing on the ground above it. The same broader survey effort extended north to Orkney in Scotland, where non-invasive scanning revealed an entirely unsuspected, remarkably sophisticated Neolithic temple complex that actually predates Stonehenge itself by more than 500 years. Some researchers now genuinely wonder whether this earlier Orkney complex may have directly influenced the design and construction of Stonehenge. and other similar monuments built later across mainland Britain. Discoveries like this quietly reshape assumptions about where genuinely significant ancient innovation actually originated, suggesting influence may have traveled from Scotland's northern islands southward, rather than only flowing outward from England's better known, more heavily studied monuments. Even the accepted, familiar story of where Britain's most famous ancient ideas actually began, it turns out, is still very much open to being quietly revised by whatever the ground continues to reveal. Etched into the arid desert floor of southern Peru between roughly 200 BCE and 700 CE, the Nazca lines have fascinated researchers since their true scale was first properly appreciated from the air in the 1920s, when pilots flying overhead noticed enormous figures of animals, plants, and geometric shapes that are essentially impossible to recognize from ground level alone. In 2024, researchers from Yamagata University partnered with computer scientists to train an artificial intelligence model specifically to recognize the faint, often badly weathered traces of additional geoglyphs within thousands of high-resolution drone images covering the surrounding desert. The AI-assisted survey nearly doubled the total number of known figurative Nazca geoglyphs, identifying hundreds of additional faint figures that had gone completely unnoticed despite nearly a century of dedicated human study of the very same desert floor. Sometimes the most valuable role for a computer isn't replacing careful human judgment, but simply reviewing an amount of imagery no team of human researchers could ever realistically get through entirely on their own. The newly discovered Nazca geoglyphs, identified through AI-assisted analysis, tend to be considerably smaller and more weathered than the famous large-scale figures like the hummingbird or the monkey that most people picture when they think of the site. And they cluster specifically along ancient pathways rather than being scattered randomly across the wider desert. This distribution pattern has helped researchers refine their understanding of how the geoglyphs were likely used, suggesting many of the smaller figures may have functioned as markers or waypoints for pilgrims and travelers moving along established routes, distinct from the much larger figures apparently intended to be viewed only from directly overhead. It's a genuinely valuable, practical insight that simply wouldn't have been possible without first identifying enough individual examples to actually recognize the underlying pattern, connecting them, even a mystery studied continuously for a full century, it turns out, can still meaningfully change shape once a large enough number of new examples finally gets added to the picture. Years before Guatemala's massive 2018 Pakeoonam survey, a smaller but genuinely pioneering LiDAR project quietly proved the entire technique could work for Maya archaeology in the first place. In 2009, archaeologist Arlen Chase led a survey over the ancient Maya city of Caracal in Belize, mapping in just 4 days an area that had already taken his team over 2 decades of painstaking ground survey work to document by hand. The LiDAR data revealed extensive agricultural terracing, causeways, and residential structures across the surrounding countryside, confirming Caracal had been a considerably larger and more thoroughly integrated urban center than previous ground-based mapping alone had ever fully captured. This single, smaller proof-of-concept project helped convince the wider archaeological community that investing in the far more ambitious Guatemala-wide survey years later was genuinely worth the very real expense involved. Sometimes, an entire field's future direction gets decided by one modest early success, quietly proving a new idea works before anyone commits to trying it at a much larger scale. In 2020, researchers using LiDAR data collected across southern Mexico identified an enormous ceremonial complex at a site called Agwada Fehniks, dated to roughly 1000 BCE, making it the oldest and largest known monumental structure ever built anywhere in the Maya region. The site consists of a massive rectangular earthen platform, longer than several football fields, placed end to end, arranged with deliberate astronomical precision, and flanked by wide connecting causeways. Remarkably, the site shows no evidence of the kind of pronounced social hierarchy typically associated with monumental construction elsewhere in the ancient world, suggesting it may have been built through genuinely voluntary, cooperative communal labor, rather than being directed by a small ruling elite. It stands as a striking reminder that LiDAR doesn't only reveal more of what archaeologists already expected to find. Every so often, it reveals something that quietly challenges assumptions about how monumental ancient societies actually needed to be organized in the first place. Beyond LiDAR and radar, an entirely different and considerably older source of remote sensing imagery, has also proven genuinely valuable to archaeologists. The declassified Cold War spy satellite photographs, originally captured by a covert American program called Corona throughout the 1960 and 70, later released publicly in 1995. Archaeologist Jason and other researchers have used these decades-old images to map ancient settlement patterns, irrigation canals, and long-vanished roads across Syria, Iraq, and other parts of the ancient Near East, capturing landscape details that have since been destroyed entirely by modern agriculture, urban development, and ongoing regional conflict. In some cases, these Cold War-era photographs represent the only surviving clear record of archaeological features that no longer exist in any recoverable form today. It's a strangely fitting kind of accidental preservation. Technology built specifically to spy on Cold War military installations ended up, decades later, quietly rescuing irreplaceable evidence of the ancient world instead. For all its genuine power, remote sensing archaeology has one important, honest limitation worth sitting with tonight. A satellite image, radar scan, or LiDAR survey can only ever reveal an anomaly, a shape or pattern that looks like it might be worth investigating further. It cannot, on its own, actually confirm what that anomaly truly is, or how old it might be, or what purpose it once served. Every single discovery we've wandered through tonight still eventually required real archaeologists physically traveling to the actual location, digging careful excavation units, and recovering datable material before any of these remote sensing results could be properly confirmed as genuine ancient structures. Technology can tell you precisely where to look, and it can save years of otherwise blind searching. But it has never yet managed to fully replace the patient, careful work of someone kneeling down in the actual dirt to check. This same limitation cuts both ways, and it's worth being honest about it rather than only celebrating the successes. Over the years, various researchers and enthusiasts have occasionally identified satellite or radar anomalies they excitedly proposed as ancient structures, only for follow-up ground investigation to reveal a perfectly ordinary natural rock formation, an unrelated geological feature, or simply an artifact of how the sensing equipment itself happened to process a particular patch of terrain. responsible archaeologists have learned, often through this same kind of honest disappointment, to treat every promising remote sensing anomaly as a genuine hypothesis requiring careful verification, rather than as a confirmed discovery worth immediately announcing. It's a useful grounding habit of mind to carry forward from tonight's journey. Genuine excitement about a striking new satellite image is entirely reasonable, but it always deserves to be paired with real patience while the actual physical confirmation work still has to happen. Among Sarah Parcak's lesser known but genuinely well-documented contributions, her team also used satellite imagery to identify a previously unrecorded monumental structure at Petra in Jordan, the same spectacular rock-carved city already famous for its elaborate facades cut directly into the surrounding sandstone cliffs. The newly identified feature, a large platform structure roughly the size of an Olympic swimming pool, had gone unnoticed for centuries, despite Petra's status as one of the most thoroughly studied and heavily visited ancient sites in the entire Middle East. Ground survey work later confirmed the structure's existence, adding a genuinely significant new piece to a site many assumed had already been almost completely documented. It's a fitting closing note for this particular thread of tonight's journey, that even a place as famous, as photographed, and as thoroughly walked over as Petra can still, apparently, be hiding an entire structure that nobody happened to notice simply because no one had ever looked at it quite this particular way before. Beneath the pyramid of the feathered serpent at Teotihuacan in Mexico, ground-penetrating radar surveys conducted in the early 2000s revealed a long tunnel running deep into the bedrock directly underneath the pyramid, sealed off deliberately almost 2,000 years ago and left completely undisturbed ever since. When archaeologists finally excavated the tunnel more than a decade later, they discovered thousands of carefully placed ceremonial objects, including jade figurines, shells, and pools of liquid mercury, along with small spheres coated in a mineral that would have shimmered like the night sky when the tunnel was first sealed. Researchers believe the tunnel and its chamber may have been designed to symbolically represent the underworld, and some propose it may even mark the actual burial place of Teotihuacan's founding rulers, whose identities remain otherwise completely unknown to history. An entire deliberately hidden underworld, in other words, was sitting patiently beneath one of Mexico's most visited ancient monuments, waiting for radar finally sensitive enough to notice the tunnel had ever existed at all. At Chichen Itza, in Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, researchers using a technique called electrical resistivity tomography, which measures how electrical currents move differently through solid rock versus open, water-filled space, confirmed in 2015 the presence of a natural sinkhole, or canopy, hidden directly beneath the site's famous central pyramid, El Castillo. Ancient Maya builders appear to have known about this same underground canopy themselves, deliberately constructing their pyramid directly above it, likely reflecting the canopy's genuine religious significance as a sacred entrance to the underworld in Maya cosmology. This discovery helps explain why this particular location was chosen for such an important structure in the first place, tying the pyramid's physical placement directly to a deeper spiritual logic invisible from the surface alone. It's a striking thought that the ancient builders themselves already understood something about their own site's hidden geology that took modern researchers, electrical equipment, and considerable patience to finally rediscover for ourselves. At Durrington Walls, the same Superhenge site we encountered earlier tonight through Stonehenge's Hidden Landscape Survey, researchers investigating a nearby ancient monument called Woodhenge made an equally striking discovery. Ground-penetrating radar revealed the remains of a substantial timber building hidden directly inside a burial mound that archaeologists had assumed for decades was simply an ordinary earthen barrow. The structure appears to have been deliberately built, used, and then carefully covered over with earth sometime during the Neolithic period, transforming what looked like a simple grave into what was actually a considerably more complex, multi-stage ceremonial site. Discoveries like this reveal just how much of Britain's own ancient landscape, studied continuously since the 17th century, still contains genuinely significant secrets, simply waiting for the right non-invasive scanning technology to finally notice them. Sometimes, even a monument correctly identified as important for centuries can still be quietly hiding a second, entirely different monument folded carefully inside it. In modern Landsat satellite imagery of Benin City in southern Nigeria, researchers can still trace the faint outlines of an enormous network of earthen walls, ramparts, and defensive ditches built by the Edo people of the Benin Kingdom between roughly the 7th and 14th centuries. Archaeological surveys combining groundwork with aerial and satellite mapping estimate the complete network once stretched more than 16,000 kilometers in total length, enclosing an area of countryside roughly the size of the entire American state of Delaware. The Guinness Book of World Records has recognized these combined earthworks as the longest of their kind built anywhere on Earth before the invention of mechanized construction equipment. Despite this genuinely staggering scale, the Benin earthworks remain considerably less globally famous than comparable ancient monuments elsewhere. A gap satellite imagery and ongoing digital preservation work are gradually helping to close. Much of the Benin earthwork network has been lost to modern urban expansion, as Benin City's own population has grown dramatically over the past several decades, gradually paving over or building directly atop sections of wall and moat that once defined the historic kingdom's boundaries. Since 2022, researchers from the German Archaeological Institute have worked alongside Nigerian heritage organizations to create detailed drone-based three-dimensional models of the surviving inner moat sections, digitally preserving their exact scale and condition before any further sections are potentially lost. This kind of digital documentation, made possible by the same broad category of remote sensing technology we've followed all night, offers one of the only realistic ways of preserving an accurate record of a monument this large once its physical remains eventually disappear entirely. Even a structure recognized as one of the largest ever built by human hands, it turns out, still needs deliberate, active effort to make sure it isn't quietly lost to the very city that grew up around it. Long before satellites or LiDAR existed, the basic idea behind tonight's entire journey was already being pioneered from considerably lower altitude by a British archaeologist named O.G.S. Crawford, who spent the 1920s flying in small aircraft over the English countryside, photographing subtle color and growth differences in farmers' crops below. Crops growing directly above buried ditches or old building foundations tend to grow slightly taller or shorter and slightly different in color than crops nearby, creating faint patterns called crop marks, invisible from ground level, but often strikingly clear from just a few hundred feet up. Using this simple technique, Crawford identified hundreds of previously unknown ancient sites across Britain, effectively inventing the entire field of aerial archaeology decades before anyone had access to orbiting satellites or airborne lasers. Every single discovery we've wandered through tonight, in a very real sense, is simply a considerably more sophisticated descendant of one patient man, a rented airplane, and a genuinely good idea about looking at ordinary farmland from directly above it. More recently, researchers have applied satellite imagery to trace the physical remains of the ancient Silk Road trading network across Central Asia, identifying long-abandoned caravan stops, irrigation systems, and entire settlement clusters scattered across the remote, difficult terrain connecting historic China to the Mediterranean world. Many of these sites sit in genuinely inhospitable, sparsely populated regions where traditional ground survey work would require enormous time and resources simply to reach, let alone properly document. Satellite imagery allows researchers to prioritize exactly which remote locations are actually worth the very real difficulty and expense of a dedicated ground expedition. It's a practical, unglamorous, but genuinely valuable application of the same core technology behind tonight's more dramatic discoveries. Not finding a single spectacular lost city, but patiently, systematically filling in the map of an enormous ancient trading network, one confirmed waypoint at a time. Taken all together, the discoveries we've wandered through tonight share a genuinely simple, common thread. Each one required someone to look at a very old, very familiar landscape from an entirely new vantage point, and to notice something everyone standing directly on the ground had simply never been positioned to see. A helicopter 20 hours over Cambodian jungle, a satellite 400 miles above the Sahara, a radar pulse bounced carefully through solid rock beneath a Mexican pyramid. None of it replaced the patient, careful work archaeologists have always done. It simply told them with far greater confidence than ever before exactly where that patient work was most worth doing. Sometimes the oldest secrets in the world are hiding in perfectly plain sight, and all they were ever really waiting for was someone looking from a slightly different angle. Despite everything we've covered tonight, researchers estimate that less than 10% of the entire Amazon basin has ever actually been surveyed using LiDAR technology, meaning the genuinely dramatic discoveries at Upahno Valley, and in Bolivia's Bay territory, likely represent only a small opening glimpse of what still remains completely unmapped. Similarly, vast stretches of remote desert, mountain, and jungle terrain across Africa, Central Asia, and South America have never been systematically scanned using any of tonight's various technologies at all. As LiDAR equipment continues becoming lighter, cheaper, and increasingly deployable from small drones rather than expensive dedicated aircraft, this kind of systematic survey work is gradually becoming accessible to considerably more countries and research teams than it was even a decade ago. It's a genuinely exciting thought to carry quietly into sleep tonight, that the specific discoveries we've wandered through this evening are very likely just the earliest, most accessible chapters of a much longer story still actively being written above our heads, one careful flight at a time. There's something fitting about pausing here, roughly halfway through tonight's journey, above all this old, patient ground, to say one small, simple thing. If these slow, real journeys through the ancient past are helping you drift off, a like or a quiet comment helps this little channel find its way to more tired minds out there. Nothing to think about right now, just something to remember whenever you're awake enough to. For now, let's keep drifting further out over the treetops and the sand, into whatever else the view from above still has left to show us. The same LiDAR evidence that revealed Anchor's true scale has also helped researchers better understand exactly why the medieval Khmer Empire's capital eventually declined, by revealing the full extent of the city's enormous, carefully engineered network of reservoirs and canals. Tree ring studies of the surrounding region indicate Angkor experienced a series of severe, prolonged droughts during the 1300 and 1400, interspersed with unusually intense monsoon flooding, placing tremendous strain on a water management system that had been carefully engineered for a more stable, predictable climate. Some of that same infrastructure shows clear evidence of damage and hurried, incomplete repair work dating to exactly this same difficult period. It's a genuinely familiar pattern by this point in tonight's journey. An ambitious, carefully engineered ancient society, eventually undone not by any sudden catastrophe, but by a changing climate. Its own infrastructure had never been built to withstand. Similarly, the expanded understanding of Maya civilization's true scale and population, made possible by Guatemala's LiDAR surveys has meaningfully reshaped how researchers now think about the well-known Maya collapse of the 9th century. A civilization considerably larger and more densely populated than previously assumed would have placed correspondingly greater strain on its agricultural land and water resources when serious, sustained drought conditions eventually arrived. Combined with the clear evidence of increased warfare and defensive fortification the same surveys revealed, researchers now generally favor a genuinely multi-layered explanation for the Maya collapse, involving climate stress, resource strain, and escalating conflict, all reinforcing each other simultaneously, rather than any single decisive cause acting alone. Sometimes, a single powerful new dataset doesn't just add information. It fundamentally changes the entire shape of the question researchers had been asking in the first place. Since its 2017 launch, the Global Explorer citizen science platform has enlisted tens of thousands of ordinary volunteers to review satellite imagery for signs of looting activity and potential undiscovered archaeological sites, primarily focused initially on Peru's own extensive and often remote ancient landscape. Volunteers flag promising or concerning imagery through a simple online interface, with the most compelling results eventually passed along to professional archaeologists and heritage authorities for proper follow-up investigation and verification. This crowdsourced model allows researchers to review dramatically more satellite coverage than any single funded expedition or research team could realistically manage alone, while also giving genuinely interested members of the public a real, meaningful way to directly contribute to active archaeological research. It's a hopeful thought to end this particular thread on tonight, that protecting and discovering the ancient past no longer needs to remain the exclusive work of a small handful of credentialed experts, but can genuinely include anyone willing to spend a quiet evening carefully looking at the right picture. As remote sensing archaeology has matured as a genuine field over the past decade, researchers have increasingly emphasized the importance of involving local and indigenous communities directly in both the survey process and the interpretation of whatever gets found, rather than treating remote landscapes as simply empty territory waiting to be discovered by outside teams. The Honduran case we explored earlier tonight, where local communities had already known about and deliberately protected a site outside researchers later announced as newly found, offers a genuinely important lesson in this same spirit. Growing numbers of LiDAR and satellite survey projects now formally partner with local governments, indigenous organizations, and regional universities from the very earliest planning stages, rather than only afterward. It's a meaningful, still developing shift in how this powerful technology gets responsibly used, treating remote sensing as one tool among many, rather than as a substitute for the deep, existing knowledge communities on the ground have often held quietly all along. Even the basic infrastructure making tonight's entire journey possible has its own quietly interesting history, since much of the earliest satellite imaging technology adapted for archaeological use was originally developed for entirely different, considerably less peaceful purposes: military reconnaissance, Cold War surveillance, and space race prestige projects, never remotely intended for studying ancient civilizations. The same imaging radar that first revealed the Sahara's buried rivers had been developed primarily to study geology and environmental science, with archaeological applications emerging almost as a fortunate afterthought once researchers realized what the data could actually reveal. LiDAR itself was originally developed for atmospheric and oceanographic research, and later adapted for uses ranging from forestry management to, eventually, self-driving cars, well before archaeologists began seriously adopting it themselves. It's a fitting, slightly ironic thought to sit with tonight. Some of our best tools for understanding the deepest human past were originally built with entirely different futures in mind. Looking across every discovery we've wandered through tonight: buried Saharan rivers, hidden Cambodian cities, 60,000 Guatemalan structures, Amazonian metropolises, a Honduran cache, and monuments quietly folded inside other monuments in the English countryside. The truly striking pattern isn't really about any single technology at all. It's about how consistently and how recently our basic assumptions about the ancient world have needed genuine, substantial revision, simply because we finally had a way of actually seeing enough of it clearly at once. Ancient societies were larger, more interconnected, more engineered, and more numerous than several generations of careful ground-based archaeology had ever fully managed to appreciate on its own. The past, it turns out, was never actually as empty or as sparse as it sometimes looked from ground level. It only ever needed us to finally look at it properly from high enough above to see how genuinely full it always was. In the dense jungles surrounding the Maya site of Caracal in Belize, LiDAR data revealed something researchers hadn't fully appreciated even after decades of dedicated ground survey work. An extensive system of agricultural terraces, engineered specifically to prevent soil erosion and maximize crop yields across genuinely challenging, hilly tropical terrain. This confirmed that Caracal's ancient population was considerably larger and more agriculturally sophisticated than earlier estimates had suggested, supporting a population that may have exceeded 100,000 people at its own peak. The terracing system also revealed careful, deliberate water management infrastructure, including reservoirs positioned to capture and store rainfall during the region's pronounced dry season. It's a genuinely valuable reminder that some of the most important ancient engineering achievements aren't grand temples or palaces at all, but the comparatively humble, endlessly practical work of simply keeping an entire population reliably fed year after year, regardless of what the season's rainfall happened to bring. At Chan Chan in northern Peru, the largest known adobe city ever built anywhere in the pre-Columbian Americas, satellite and aerial imagery have helped researchers map the full extent of its enormous walled compounds built by the Chiamoo civilization beginning around 900 CE, centuries before the Inca Empire eventually absorbed their territory. The city's elaborate mud brick walls, some still standing nearly 30 feet tall, are decorated with detailed geometric and animal designs that satellite-assisted mapping has helped researchers document and monitor for ongoing erosion damage caused by the region's occasional, unusually heavy El Niño rains. Understanding the city's full layout from above has also revealed sophisticated canal systems, bringing water considerable distances from nearby rivers into this otherwise genuinely arid coastal desert landscape. Even a city built almost entirely from dried mud in one of the driest environments on Earth still needed the same careful, engineered relationship with water we've now encountered again and again across nearly every corner of tonight's journey. At Tikal, one of the most famous and extensively studied Maya cities in Guatemala, the 2018 LiDAR survey revealed a considerably more sophisticated water management system than researchers had previously documented, including a network of reservoirs, dams, and channels capable of storing enough water to supply the city's population through the region's pronounced annual dry season. Researchers identified a previously unknown large reservoir specifically designed to capture and filter runoff using natural sand and vegetation layers to help purify water before it reached the city's main drinking supply. This kind of careful, sustained engineering suggests Tikal's rulers invested considerable long-term planning specifically into water security, treating it as a central priority alongside the city's more famous temples and monuments. Even one of the most photographed, most visited ancient cities in the Americas, it turns out, was still quietly hiding the full extent of exactly how its own residents had actually managed to keep themselves reliably supplied with drinking water across the wetlands surrounding several ancient Maya sites in northern Belize. LiDAR and aerial survey work has revealed extensive networks of raised agricultural fields and canals built specifically to farm productively within seasonally flooded terrain that would otherwise have been largely unusable for growing crops. These raised field systems, invisible from ground level beneath dense wetland vegetation, suggest Maya farmers engineered considerably more of their challenging landscape into productive agricultural land than earlier researchers had ever fully appreciated. Some of these same wetland areas also show evidence of managed fish weirs, structures designed to trap fish as water levels naturally rose and fell with the seasons, adding a further reliable protein source to support dense local populations. It's a genuinely valuable reminder that ancient agricultural ingenuity often shows up not in dramatic monuments, but in the quiet, patient reshaping of exactly the kind of difficult, waterlogged land most of us would simply assume couldn't be farmed at all. In 2021, LiDAR survey work at San Lorenzo, one of the earliest major settlements of the Olmec civilization in Mexico, helped researchers map the full extent of its ceremonial center and surrounding residential areas, adding valuable detail to our understanding of what is generally considered Mesoamerica's earliest complex society, flourishing as early as 1400 BCE. The Olmec are often described as a kind of foundational mother culture for later Mesoamerican civilizations, including the Maya, since many shared artistic and religious motifs appear to trace back to Olmec origins. Combined with the earlier LiDAR discovery of the massive, considerably older ceremonial platform at Agwa Fehniks, researchers are steadily piecing together an increasingly detailed and increasingly ancient picture of exactly how Mesoamerican monumental architecture and complex society first began developing well over 1,000 years before the more famous Maya cities most people picture today. Even the very origins of one of history's most studied ancient civilizations, it turns out, are still being actively mapped and reconsidered across the Sudanese stretch of the Nile. Satellite imagery has helped researchers document and monitor an extraordinary concentration of ancient pyramids built by the Kingdom of Kush, a Nubian civilization whose rulers actually conquered and ruled over Egypt itself for roughly a century, around 700 BCE. Remarkably, the Kushites eventually built more pyramids in total than Egypt itself ever constructed, with well over 200 smaller, steeper-angled pyramids still standing near the ancient city of Meroe, though considerably less internationally famous or heavily visited than their Egyptian counterparts. Satellite monitoring has proven genuinely valuable for tracking erosion damage and unauthorized development pressure around these less protected sites, helping heritage organizations prioritize limited conservation resources toward the areas facing the most urgent active risk. It's worth remembering, on a night spent looking down at buried civilizations from above, that not every remarkable pyramid field gets the same level of global attention as Giza, despite being every bit as genuinely significant. Stretching across the length of the Andes Mountains, the ancient Inca road network, known as the Kahpok Nayon, once covered an estimated 25,000 miles of interconnected pathways linking the empire's vast territory from modern Ecuador down through Chile and Argentina. Satellite imagery and geographic information system mapping have helped researchers trace and document considerably more of this network's true extent than ground survey alone had ever fully captured, revealing sections that climb across genuinely extreme mountain terrain most modern hikers would find seriously demanding, even with proper equipment. Sections of the network remain in active use today by local Andean communities, representing a genuinely rare example of ancient infrastructure that never actually stopped being useful long enough to be fully forgotten in the first place. It's a striking thought that some of tonight's ancient infrastructure never needed rediscovering through satellite imagery at all. People simply never stopped walking it beneath the same dry desert plain that holds the famous Nazca lines. Ancient Peruvian engineers built an entirely separate, considerably less visible marvel, a network of underground aqueducts called Pookios, designed to tap into subterranean water sources and channel them safely across the surface without evaporating away under the desert's intense, near-constant sun. Aerial and satellite survey work has helped researchers map the full extent of this system, revealing spiral-shaped surface openings called ojos, spaced at deliberate intervals to allow both airflow and periodic human maintenance access down into the channels below. Remarkably, several sections of this same ancient aqueduct system remain in active use by local farmers today, continuing to reliably deliver water across a landscape that receives, on average, only a few minutes of actual rainfall each year. It's a genuinely remarkable thought that some ancient engineering, once properly mapped and understood, doesn't just teach us about the deep past. It can still, quite literally, keep watering someone's crops today. Across the English countryside, LiDAR surveys conducted primarily for modern flood risk mapping and forestry management have produced an unexpected archaeological bonus, revealing the earthwork remains of hundreds of medieval villages abandoned sometime between the 1300 and 1500, many depopulated in the aftermath of the Black Death or later economic and agricultural shifts. These abandoned settlements typically appear in LiDAR data as subtle, grass-covered bumps and hollows marking former house foundations, sunken roads, and old field boundaries, completely invisible to anyone simply walking across what today looks like an unremarkable sheep pasture. Historians studying these sites have gained genuinely valuable new insight into exactly how quickly and how completely entire rural communities could disappear following a single catastrophic outbreak of disease. It's a quieter, more melancholy kind of discovery than some of tonight's other findings. Entire small worlds ended not by any dramatic collapse, but by an illness that simply, eventually, left too few people behind to keep a village going. In forested regions of England and Wales, LiDAR surveys, originally commissioned for environmental and land management purposes, have also revealed previously undocumented sections of Roman-era roads. Their raised, engineered surfaces still faintly visible beneath centuries of subsequent tree growth, despite being completely hidden from any view at ground level. Combined with existing historical records, these newly mapped road segments are helping researchers reconstruct a more complete, accurate picture of exactly how thoroughly the Roman road network once connected even fairly remote corners of Britain. Some previously unknown segments have led directly to the discovery of small, previously undocumented Roman settlements or waypoints built specifically to serve travelers moving along these same routes. It's a fitting reminder that remote sensing archaeology doesn't only reveal grand, singular lost cities. Sometimes its most valuable contribution is simply filling in the connective tissue, one previously invisible stretch of road at a time. High in the Peruvian Andes, drone-based aerial surveys around the famous Inca site of Machu Picchu have helped researchers map considerably more of the surrounding agricultural terracing and trail network than the site's already well-documented central ceremonial core alone had ever fully captured. This expanded mapping reveals just how much additional engineered landscape extends beyond the boundaries most visitors actually see during a typical visit, including extensive terracing built specifically to manage this steep mountainside's considerable erosion risk. Understanding the site's full agricultural footprint has also helped conservation authorities better manage tourist access and environmental protection across a site that receives well over 1 million visitors annually. Even one of the most photographed ancient sites on the entire planet, it turns out, still extends considerably further than the postcard view most people already carry around in their heads. At anchor, beyond the temples and roads already revealed through earlier LiDAR surveys, researchers have also used satellite and aerial imagery to map the full extent of the city's enormous engineered reservoirs, called barrays, some large enough to be clearly visible even in low-resolution satellite photographs taken from considerable altitude. The largest of these reservoirs, the West Barray, stretches nearly 5 miles in length, representing an almost unimaginable investment of coordinated ancient labor to excavate and maintain. These reservoirs likely served multiple purposes simultaneously, storing water for both agricultural irrigation and religious ceremony, while also functioning as a visible, symbolic representation of the cosmic ocean central to Khmer religious belief. It's a fitting reminder that ancient infrastructure often served several different, equally important purposes at once, rarely separating the practical business of survival from the equally serious business of ancient religious meaning. In the Brazilian state of Acre, along the western edge of the Amazon rainforest, satellite and aerial imagery taken after large-scale deforestation began in the 1970s revealed something researchers hadn't expected to find in this particular region at all: hundreds of large, precisely shaped geometric earthworks, including perfect circles and squares connected by straight causeways, carved directly into the forest floor by ancient inhabitants centuries before European contact. Dated to between roughly 200 BCE and 1400 CE. These earthworks, sometimes nicknamed the Stonehenge of the Amazon, appear to have served ceremonial and social gathering purposes rather than defensive or purely residential functions. Their sheer geometric precision, achieved without any written planning tools, initially struck researchers as difficult to reconcile with older assumptions about Amazonian societies being simple and unstructured. It's a genuinely uncomfortable irony, worth sitting with that modern deforestation, an ongoing environmental tragedy in its own right, accidentally exposed direct proof that ancient people had once thoughtfully engineered this same landscape with remarkable precision, long before anyone was cutting it down in the southern Amazon's Xinjiao region of Brazil. Anthropologist Michael Heckenberger spent years combining satellite imagery with careful ground survey work among the modern Ku'ikao'oro people, eventually revealing an extensive network of pre-Columbian settlements connected by wide, deliberately engineered roads and organized around large central plazas. Rather than isolated villages scattered randomly through the forest, these settlements formed what Heckenberger described as genuine garden cities, densely interconnected communities that had deliberately shaped the surrounding forest itself into a managed, productive landscape. Crucially, the modern Ku'ikao'oro people living in this same region today are direct descendants of the very same ancient society, maintaining genuine cultural continuity with the ancestors who once built these now overgrown roads and plazas. It's a valuable familiar echo of a theme we've returned to often on other nights. That discovering an ancient society's true scale doesn't require inventing some vanished, mysterious people, when their actual living descendants are often still right there to ask. Combined LiDAR and ground survey data has led some researchers to substantially revise upward their estimate of Anchor's peak population, with certain studies now proposing the city may have supported as many as 700,000 to nearly 1 million residents at its height around the 12th century, making it very possibly the largest urban settlement anywhere on Earth at that particular moment in history. This staggering figure reflects Anchor's unusual, spread-out settlement pattern, with residential neighborhoods, rice paddies, and infrastructure extending across an enormous total land area, rather than concentrating tightly within a single dense city center. Researchers now generally group Anchor alongside the Maya lowlands and the Amazonian sites we explored earlier tonight under this same broader category of low-density urbanism, a genuinely distinct model of ancient city building that traditional archaeology, focused primarily on dense, compact cities like Rome or Teotihuacan, had significantly underappreciated until LiDAR finally allowed researchers to see its full spread-out scale clearly. Not every discovery in tonight's journey required looking down through sand or jungle canopy. Some required looking down through open water instead. In 2000, French underwater archaeologist Franck Gohdo used sonar and magnetic surveying equipment to locate the submerged ruins of Teotihuacan's Herakleion, an ancient Egyptian port city that had gradually sunk beneath the waters of Alexandria's Bay over roughly 1,000 years, likely due to a combination of rising sea levels, soil liquefaction, and gradual land subsidence. The sunken city, once a major trading hub during the height of ancient Egyptian and later Greek influence in the region, has since yielded beautifully preserved statues, temple ruins, and ships, all protected for centuries by a thick, undisturbed layer of Mediterranean silt and seawater. Sonar imaging works on the exact same fundamental principle as tonight's radar and LiDAR technology, sending out a signal and patiently listening for however it happens to bounce back. Not far from Teotihuacan's Herakleion, in the Bay of Naples, along Italy's coastline, an entire ancient Roman resort town called Byeei, once favored by emperors and wealthy elites for its natural hot springs, now sits almost entirely submerged beneath shallow coastal waters, gradually sunk by the same slow volcanic ground movement that still shapes this geologically active region today. Marine archaeologists have used sonar mapping and detailed underwater photogrammetry to document mosaic floors, marble statues, and entire villa foundations still resting largely intact on the shallow seafloor, now protected as part of a dedicated underwater archaeological park. Visitors today can even snorkel or take glass-bottomed boat tours directly over the same streets Roman senators once walked along on dry land. It's a genuinely striking thought to end this particular thread on, that not every lost city needs desert sand or dense jungle to hide it. Sometimes all it takes is a slowly sinking coastline and a few careful centuries of patient tide. In the autumn of 2021, marine geologist Kobe Jirsen was using sonar equipment to study the seafloor's mineral crust off Germany's Baltic coast during a routine student training exercise, when the data revealed something entirely unexpected: an unusually straight, deliberate-looking line of stones stretching nearly a kilometer across the seabed, roughly 70 feet underwater. Later study confirmed the structure, now called the Blinker Wall, was built by hunter-gatherers roughly 10 to 11,000 years ago, back when this entire stretch of ocean floor was still dry land bordering an ancient lake, long before rising post-Ice Age seas eventually swallowed it completely. Researchers believe the wall likely functioned as a deliberate hunting structure designed to funnel migrating reindeer herds toward the nearby lakeshore, where waiting hunters could kill them considerably more easily. It stands as quite possibly the oldest known human-built megastructure anywhere in Europe, discovered entirely by accident, using sonar technology built for an entirely different purpose altogether. The same fundamental principle behind the Blinker Wall's accidental discovery: sound waves bouncing back to reveal the shape of something hidden beneath the surface, has also helped archaeologists map the drowned prehistoric landscape of Doggerland, the now submerged region beneath the North Sea we've encountered on other nights. Researchers have increasingly repurposed detailed seismic survey data originally collected by oil and gas companies searching for underground petroleum deposits, since this same data also happens to reveal the buried outlines of ancient rivers, lake basins, and low hills that once made up dry, habitable land before the sea finally rose to cover it completely. This kind of resourceful data sharing allows archaeologists to study an enormous submerged landscape they could never realistically afford to survey from scratch entirely on their own. Sometimes the most efficient way to look beneath the sea isn't building an entirely new tool, but simply asking politely to borrow the very detailed map someone else already happened to be making for an entirely different reason. Conservation organizations working to protect anchors surrounding forest today rely heavily on ongoing satellite monitoring, tracking illegal logging activity, and unauthorized land clearing across the wider protected heritage zone surrounding the temple complex. This same basic satellite technology that first revealed Mahendra Parvat's hidden extent now also serves a considerably more urgent present-day purpose, helping Cambodian authorities respond quickly to active environmental threats before they can cause irreversible damage to still unexcavated archaeological areas. It represents a fitting, full-circle use of the technology, the same tool that revealed how deforestation likely contributed to Mahendra Parvat's own ancient decline, is now being actively used to help prevent a similar fate from befalling the areas surrounding it today, sometimes protecting the past and protecting the present turn out to require exactly the same careful, patient eye kept trained on exactly the same forest. Off the coast of Jamaica, the once thriving port town of Port Royal sank almost entirely beneath the sea in a matter of minutes during a catastrophic earthquake in 1692, an event contemporary accounts described as swallowing entire streets and buildings whole as the soft, sandy ground beneath the town abruptly liquefied. Marine archaeologists, using sonar mapping and careful underwater excavation, have since documented remarkably well-preserved building foundations, personal belongings, and even a stopped pocket watch, its hands frozen at the precise moment the earthquake struck. Because the town sank so suddenly, rather than being gradually abandoned like so many other sites we've explored tonight, it offers an unusually precise, almost frozen snapshot of a single specific moment in history. Sometimes a city becomes an archaeological treasure, not through centuries of slow, patient decline, but through a single catastrophic afternoon that happened to leave everything exactly where it had been standing. not every claimed underwater discovery holds up to the same careful scientific scrutiny we've applied throughout tonight's journey. Off the coast of Dwarka, in India, sonar surveys conducted in the 1980s and 90s identified submerged stone-like formations that some researchers proposed might be the remains of an ancient sunken city connected to Hindu legend. Subsequent, more careful geological analysis found that many of these formations are more likely the result of natural processes, including ordinary rock formation and sediment deposition, rather than deliberate human construction. And the claims remain genuinely unverified and disputed among mainstream archaeologists. It's a useful, honest reminder to carry alongside tonight's many genuine discoveries. Sonar and satellite imagery can reveal a striking shape worth investigating, but only careful, patient, skeptical follow-up work can actually confirm whether that shape was ever really built by human hands in the first place. Stepping back across everything we've wandered through tonight, it's worth appreciating just how many genuinely different technologies have all been quietly working toward the exact same basic goal. Radar bouncing through dry sand, lasers pulsing through jungle canopy, sonar echoing through seawater, infrared cameras detecting subtle soil chemistry, and ground-penetrating radar reading the layered structure of solid Earth itself. Each technology has its own particular strength, suited to a particular kind of hidden landscape, yet all of them share the same fundamental logic, sending some kind of signal outward, and then patiently, carefully interpreting exactly how it bounces back. It's a genuinely elegant unity, hiding beneath tonight's wide variety of discoveries, buried rivers, hidden cities, sunken towns, and drowned hunting walls alike. Each one ultimately found through nothing more exotic than a signal sent out and faithfully, patiently returned long before LiDAR existed. Researchers studying Chaco Canyon's ancient road network relied on a considerably simpler form of aerial, remote sensing. Ordinary black and white aerial photographs taken during the 1970s, which revealed straight, faint lines crossing the New Mexico desert that were nearly invisible from ground level, but became strikingly clear from directly overhead. These photographs confirmed that ancestral Puebloan builders had engineered a genuinely extensive network of wide, perfectly straight roads radiating outward from Chaco's central canyon. Some, maintaining their precise course regardless of the terrain's natural obstacles, cutting directly through hills and mesas rather than curving conveniently around them. It's a useful reminder that meaningful archaeological remote sensing didn't begin with expensive satellites or sophisticated lasers at all. Sometimes a simple aerial photograph, examined carefully by the right patient researcher, was already more than capable of revealing an engineering achievement that had gone completely unnoticed from the ground for nearly 1,000 years. Looking toward what comes next for this entire field, researchers are increasingly experimenting with hyperspectral imaging, a more advanced form of satellite and drone-based sensing capable of detecting dozens or even hundreds of distinct light wavelengths simultaneously, well beyond what ordinary cameras or even standard infrared sensors can capture. This finer level of detail may eventually help archaeologists distinguish between subtly different types of buried material, potentially identifying not just that something is buried beneath the surface, but offering genuine clues about what that buried material actually consists of before any excavation ever begins. Combined with continually improving artificial intelligence systems capable of processing enormous volumes of imagery far faster than any human researcher realistically could alone, the pace of future remote sensing discovery seems likely to keep accelerating rather than slowing down anytime soon. Whatever tonight's journey has already covered, it seems reasonable to expect an entirely new set of discoveries within just the next few years, waiting for exactly this same next generation of increasingly sensitive tools. It's worth remembering, as tonight's long journey above all this hidden ground gently winds toward its own close, that every single discovery we've wandered through tonight was made possible by the same simple, patient willingness to look at very old, very familiar ground from an entirely unfamiliar angle. The Sahara wasn't secretly holding some mysterious, unknown civilization waiting to be dramatically unveiled. It was simply holding real, ordinary evidence of real people who once lived beside rivers that eventually dried up and disappeared from view. The jungles of Cambodia and Guatemala weren't hiding forbidden secrets. They were simply doing what jungles naturally do, patiently growing back over cities their own builders had eventually, gradually left behind. Nothing we've covered tonight required inventing anything mysterious at all. It only ever required someone willing to look carefully enough and patiently enough to finally notice what had been quietly waiting there the entire time. Much like the honest correction we made earlier regarding Honduras, it's worth noting that Anchor itself was never truly lost in any absolute sense before French naturalist Henry Mauhat's widely publicized 1860 visit popularized the site throughout Europe. Buddhist monks had continuously maintained portions of the temple complex for centuries, and local Cambodian communities had always known precisely where it stood, even as the surrounding jungle gradually reclaimed its outermost, less actively used areas. What LiDAR and satellite technology genuinely added decades later wasn't rediscovering Anchor's basic existence, but revealing the true, staggering scale of the wider city surrounding it, extending vastly further than even those who had always known about the temples themselves had ever previously realized. It's a pattern worth carrying forward from tonight's entire journey. Remote sensing technology rarely discovers a place from complete non-existence, so much as it reveals considerably more of a place's own true scale than anyone had previously appreciated. Beyond the temperate glaciers of Europe, a related but distinct field called ice patch archaeology has emerged directly in response to a difficult modern reality. As climate change causes mountain glaciers and ice patches to retreat at an accelerating rate, they occasionally expose ancient artifacts that had been frozen in place, perfectly preserved for thousands of years. In 1991, hikers in the Alps stumbled across the remarkably preserved body of a man, now called Uatsi, who had died and been naturally frozen in glacial ice roughly 5,300 years earlier, complete with his tools, clothing, and even his last meal still intact. Researchers now use satellite monitoring of glacial retreat to help identify and prioritize newly exposed areas most likely to reveal similar ancient material before it deteriorates rapidly once finally exposed to open air and sunlight. It's a genuinely bittersweet kind of archaeology, one where the same warming climate steadily destroying countless ancient landscapes is simultaneously, almost apologetically, handing back a handful of remarkably preserved secrets it had been quietly keeping frozen the entire time. Researchers who study which regions of the world remain most promising for future remote sensing archaeological survey work often point toward the Congo Basin in Central Africa and the interior highlands of Papua New Guinea as two of the most significant remaining gaps. Vast stretches of dense, difficult terrain that have received only minimal systematic LiDAR or satellite-based archaeological attention to date. Both regions are known through limited existing ground survey work to contain genuine evidence of substantial ancient settlement. Yet both remain logistically and financially difficult to survey comprehensively using current technology. As LiDAR equipment continues becoming cheaper and more broadly accessible, many researchers expect these same regions to eventually produce discoveries genuinely comparable in scale and significance to tonight's stories from the Amazon and Cambodia. Somewhere in these same remaining blank spots on the map, in other words, an entirely new chapter of tonight's ongoing story is very likely still quietly waiting for its own turn. It's worth being equally careful about a well-known example of remote sensing archaeology gone wrong. The so-called Bosnian pyramids, a claim first popularized in 2005, proposing that several natural hills near the town of Visoko in Bosnia were actually ancient man-made pyramids, based partly on satellite imagery showing unusually straight, triangular-looking slopes. Professional geologists who subsequently examined the hills directly concluded they were entirely natural formations, shaped by ordinary geological processes common to the region's particular rock layers. And the claim has been formally rejected by mainstream Bosnian and international archaeological organizations alike. Despite this clear scientific consensus, the idea has continued circulating widely online for nearly 2 decades since. It stands as a genuinely useful cautionary companion to tonight's earlier lesson about Dwarka. Satellite imagery can make almost any sufficiently regular-looking natural shape briefly look intriguing, and only patient, qualified, on-the-ground geological analysis can ultimately settle whether something is genuinely ancient architecture or simply an ordinary hill that happens to catch the light in a particular way. Beyond helping locate previously unknown ancient sites, laser scanning technology has also become an increasingly vital tool for digitally preserving heritage sites currently under direct, active threat, most notably through the work of a non-profit organization called SYARC, which has spent years creating extraordinarily detailed three-dimensional digital scans of vulnerable monuments around the world when extremist forces destroyed portions of the ancient city of Mosul in Iraq during the 2010. Earlier laser scans captured by preservation teams became genuinely invaluable, providing precise architectural data that could eventually support careful physical reconstruction efforts. This same technology has been used to document sites ranging from Mount Rushmore to Scotland's Edinburgh Castle, creating a permanent digital record that would survive even if the physical monument itself were someday lost to war, natural disaster, or simple, ordinary decay. It's a genuinely hopeful use of tonight's technology, aimed not at finding what's already been lost, but at making sure considerably less gets lost in the first place. Returning briefly to the Nazca lines, researchers have proposed several theories over the decades regarding their original purpose, ranging from astronomical calendars tracking seasonal star positions to processional pathways walked during religious ceremonies, invoking rain and agricultural fertility in this famously dry desert region. The 2024 AI-assisted surveys discovery that many of the newly identified geoglyphs cluster specifically along established travel routes lends particular support to the ceremonial pathway theory, suggesting ancient travelers may have encountered and engaged with these figures gradually, one at a time, as part of a longer ritual journey across the desert. Water, or rather its persistent scarcity, appears to sit at the symbolic heart of many of these proposed explanations, fitting a landscape where reliable rainfall could mean the difference between a community's survival and its failure. Even a mystery this visually striking, it turns out, likely traces back to the same basic, universal concern we've encountered again and again across tonight's entire journey. People trying every available means to secure the water their community needed to survive, taking one last look back across the full breadth of tonight's journey. The Sahara's buried rivers, Cambodia's hidden city, Guatemala's 60,000 structures, the Amazon's ancient roads, a Baltic hunting wall, and a submerged Egyptian port. It's worth appreciating how recently nearly all of it has actually been revealed, with the exception of the original 1981 Sahara radar discovery. Almost every single finding we've covered tonight was made within the past 15 years, and several within just the past 2 or 3. This isn't a settled, finished body of knowledge we've been reviewing tonight. It's an active, rapidly unfolding one, with new results still being published at a genuinely remarkable pace. Whatever textbook picture of the ancient world you might have learned in school, there's a real chance a meaningful piece of it has already been quietly revised sometime within just the last few years, simply because someone finally took the trouble to look again, carefully, from directly above. During the 2010 satellite imagery became an essential tool for documenting the deliberate destruction of ancient heritage sites across Syria and Iraq during periods of extremist occupation and armed conflict, providing clear before and after evidence of damage inflicted on sites, including the ancient city of Palmyra and the Assyrian city of Nimrud. Organizations, including UNESCO and various university-based research teams, used regularly updated satellite imagery to track destruction in near real time, even when the actual physical sites remained far too dangerous for any researcher to safely visit in person. This same imagery has since supported careful, evidence-based restoration planning. Once conditions allowed recovery work to begin, helping preservation teams understand precisely what had been lost and roughly how it had originally looked. It's a genuinely sobering use of tonight's technology, a reminder that satellites don't only reveal the ancient world's hidden wonders. Sometimes they are forced to serve as its only remaining witness, while something irreplaceable is actively, deliberately being destroyed. There's a certain quiet symmetry worth noticing as tonight's journey winds toward its close, returning briefly to where we actually began. A 1981 space shuttle flight, launched to study entirely unrelated questions of geology and radar physics, that happened to reveal buried rivers underneath the driest desert on Earth, almost as an unplanned afterthought. Nearly every discovery we've explored since has followed roughly that same quiet pattern. Technology built with one purpose in mind, ending up revealing something considerably older and more significant than anyone involved had originally set out looking for. Sometimes the deepest secrets of the ancient world aren't protected by any deliberate concealment at all, simply by ordinary distance, and by nobody yet having pointed quite the right instrument in quite the right direction. Tonight, at least for a little while, we got to be the ones patiently doing exactly that, deep within a remote sandstone plateau called the Gilf Kabir, tucked into the same stretch of the Sahara mapped by those original 1981 radar images. Explorers in the 1930s discovered a cave whose walls were covered in ancient paintings depicting human figures apparently swimming, an image that seems almost impossible given the plateau's current position deep within one of the driest deserts on the planet. Radiocarbon dating of similar rock art throughout the region places these paintings within the same African humid period we discussed earlier tonight, confirming that this now barren landscape once genuinely did contain enough open water for people to swim in, exactly as the artists who lived there clearly remembered doing. The radar rivers revealed by satellite decades later gave modern geologists a precise physical explanation for imagery that had puzzled and fascinated visitors to this remote cave for nearly a century beforehand. Sometimes the ground truth confirming an old satellite mystery had actually been waiting, quietly painted on a cave wall the entire time. Taken together, the combined body of remote sensing archaeology conducted just over the past 2 decades has identified well over 100,000 previously unknown or poorly documented ancient structures across the globe, spanning deserts, jungles, mountains, and ocean floors alike. No single research team, however well-funded or dedicated, could conceivably have located anywhere near this volume of material using traditional ground survey methods alone within any single human lifetime. It represents a genuine, measurable acceleration in how quickly our collective understanding of the ancient world can now expand, compressing what might once have taken multiple careers worth of patient fieldwork into a comparatively short handful of well-funded survey seasons. The sheer scale of that number is worth sitting with quietly for a moment tonight. An entire century's worth of ordinary archaeological progress, effectively compressed into the span of a single generation. When archaeologist Stephen Rothstein finally saw the processed LiDAR data revealing the full extent of Ecuador's Upahno Valley cities, after nearly 30 years spent walking that same landscape on foot, he described the moment simply as feeling like unwrapping a new gift each and every day the analysis continued. That same sense of genuine, renewed wonder echoes through nearly every researcher we've encountered across tonight's entire journey. Damien Evans's immediate eureka moment in Cambodia. YAH Kobe Jeersen's sudden realization that the Baltic seafloor couldn't possibly have arranged itself into such a deliberate line by pure accident. Despite decades of collective professional experience between them, each still describes their own discovery with the same unguarded astonishment of someone encountering something entirely new for the very first time. It's a genuinely reassuring thing to carry into sleep tonight, that even after a lifetime spent studying the ancient past, it can still, quite reliably, manage to catch even the most experienced expert pleasantly off guard. If there's one thread worth carrying quietly forward from tonight's entire journey above all this hidden ground, it's simply this: the ancient world was never actually as sparse, as isolated, or as thinly populated as it sometimes appeared from ground level alone. Wherever researchers have finally managed to look properly, patiently, from high enough above, they've found more people, more engineering, more careful planning, and more genuine ambition than the view from the ground had ever fully allowed anyone to appreciate. The Sahara wasn't empty. The jungle wasn't untouched. The ocean floor wasn't simply empty sand. Each was quietly, patiently full the entire time, waiting only for someone to finally look at it properly, from exactly the right height, with exactly the right kind of patient attention. In the Mekong Delta region of southern Vietnam and Cambodia, researchers have used declassified Cold War satellite photographs alongside more recent imagery to trace the outlines of an extensive ancient canal network built by the Fonon civilization, a pre-Angkorian society that flourished as a major trading center linking India and China as early as the 1st century CE. These canals, largely invisible today beneath modern rice paddies and agricultural development, once connected inland settlements directly to coastal trading ports, supporting a genuinely sophisticated regional economy centuries before the later Khmer Empire eventually rose to prominence in the same broader region. Satellite mapping has helped researchers establish that Southeast Asia's tradition of large-scale engineered water management, so central to Angkor's own later success, actually has considerably deeper roots than previously appreciated. It's a fitting reminder that even Angkor's own remarkable achievements, revealed so dramatically through LiDAR earlier tonight, were themselves quietly built upon the accumulated engineering knowledge of an even older civilization most people have never actually heard of. Researchers studying Chaco canyons, straight ancient roads, continue to genuinely debate their true original purpose, since many appear considerably wider and more elaborately engineered than would have been strictly necessary for ordinary foot traffic or the transport of trade goods alone. Some archaeologists propose the roads served primarily ceremonial or symbolic functions, perhaps representing sacred pathways connecting outlying communities to Chaco's central spiritual authority, rather than functioning as practical transportation infrastructure in the way modern roads typically do. Others suggest a genuine blend of both practical and ceremonial purposes operating simultaneously, not unlike Anchor's own reservoirs, which we've already seen served both irrigation needs and religious symbolism at the very same time. The debate remains genuinely unresolved, a useful, honest reminder that identifying a structure through remote sensing is often only the very beginning of a considerably longer, more patient conversation about what that structure actually meant to the people who built it. Archaeology, as a formal, systematic discipline, is, in the wider scheme of human knowledge, still a genuinely young field, barely 2 centuries old, and the specific practice of remote sensing archaeology we've spent all of tonight exploring is barely a single human lifetime old, with most of its most dramatic results concentrated within just the past 15 years. This means the version of ancient human history most of us grew up learning in school was assembled using only a small, comparatively limited fraction of the evidence now available to researchers working today. Students entering the field now, in other words, are inheriting a genuinely wide-open discipline, with entire regions of the planet still essentially unexamined by any of tonight's technology, and entirely new sensing methods still actively being developed and refined. It's a hopeful thought to end this particular thread on. The most significant discoveries in this entire field, statistically speaking, likely still lie somewhere in front of us, rather than safely behind us. Today, freely available satellite imagery through platforms like Google Earth has made a basic version of tonight's entire technology accessible to absolutely anyone with an internet connection and enough patience to scroll carefully across unfamiliar terrain. genuine amateur enthusiasts have occasionally flagged promising anomalies that professional archaeologists later investigated and confirmed as real sites, a hopeful, democratic echo of the same crowdsourced spirit behind global explorers' more formal citizen science approach. Naturally, this same easy accessibility also produces no shortage of false alarms, ordinary geological features, or modern agricultural patterns mistaken for something considerably more mysterious than they actually are. Still, there's something genuinely fitting about an ordinary person sitting at home on an ordinary evening, having at least some small chance of noticing something a professional survey team hasn't gotten around to looking at quite yet. The Nazca lines themselves remain under active, ongoing satellite and drone monitoring today, primarily to help protect this fragile, ancient desert artwork from modern encroachment, including illegal mining activity, unauthorized road construction, and the simple accumulating damage caused by unauthorized vehicles driving directly across the delicate, undisturbed desert surface the geoglyphs depend on for their continued survival. Peru's cultural heritage authorities use regularly updated aerial and satellite imagery specifically to detect this kind of damage quickly enough to intervene before it becomes permanent and irreversible. It's a fitting final example of the same theme we've returned to often tonight. The exact same technology capable of revealing an ancient wonder is often just as valuable afterward in the considerably less glamorous but equally essential work of simply keeping it safe. It's worth remembering gently that every single discovery covered tonight ultimately traces back to actual human curiosity rather than the technology itself. A satellite doesn't wonder what might be buried beneath the Sahara. A laser doesn't feel any particular urgency about a jungle-covered hillside in Guatemala. Every meaningful result tonight required a specific person or a small, dedicated team of people choosing to ask a genuine question, securing the funding and permission to actually go looking, and then patiently sitting with an enormous amount of raw data until something worth noticing finally emerged from it. The technology only ever provided the eyes. The wondering, the patience, and the genuine care about the answer all came from exactly the same old, familiar human source it always has. And so, quietly, this particular thread of tonight's journey comes to rest exactly where it began, with the simple, patient act of looking at very old ground from an unfamiliar height and being genuinely willing to be surprised by whatever turns out to still be there. Buried rivers, hidden cities, sunken towns, a wall built to guide reindeer toward their own extinction event, 1,000 years before anyone thought to write anything down at all. None of it was ever really lost in the way the word usually implies. It was simply waiting, patiently, the way old ground always does for someone to finally look at it properly. At Sigiriya in Sri Lanka, an ancient rock fortress rising nearly 200 meters above the surrounding plain, aerial photography and later satellite survey work helped researchers fully appreciate the extraordinary sophistication of the sites surrounding water gardens. Built in the 5th century CE, using precisely engineered channels, fountains, and pools that remarkably still function using only gravity-fed water pressure, entirely without any modern pumping equipment whatsoever. Ground-level exploration alone had never fully captured the deliberate, symmetrical grandeur of the garden's overall layout, which only becomes fully apparent when viewed from directly overhead. Some of these ancient fountains still reliably operate today during the rainy season, using exactly the same original hydraulic engineering their builders designed over 15 centuries ago. It's a genuinely remarkable thought that some ancient technology doesn't need any modern restoration at all to keep working. It simply never actually stopped. At Ko Care, a temple complex roughly 60 miles from Angkor that briefly served as the Khmer Empire's capital during the 10th century. LiDAR survey work revealed the surrounding landscape was considerably more densely settled and thoroughly engineered than its relatively short 17-year period as capital city might otherwise suggest. The site's central monument, a striking 7-tiered stone pyramid called Prasat Tam, differs noticeably in style from the more famous temple architecture at Angkor itself, reflecting a brief but genuinely distinct architectural experiment within the empire's much longer overall history. Understanding Ko Care's full engineered footprint has helped researchers better appreciate just how rapidly Khmer rulers were capable of mobilizing labor and resources to build an entirely new capital city, even one that would ultimately only serve that particular purpose for less than 2 decades. Even a capital this comparatively short-lived, it turns out, still left behind a landscape substantial enough to keep researchers busy mapping it more than 1,000 years later. Beyond simply discovering new sites, satellite technology has also become an essential tool for monitoring the ongoing structural health of ancient monuments already well known to researchers. Using a technique called satellite radar interferometry to detect extremely subtle shifts in ground elevation, sometimes measuring movement of just a few millimeters over the course of an entire year. This technology has been used to monitor foundation stability at various temple complexes across Cambodia, helping conservation teams identify early warning signs of structural stress long before any visible cracking or damage would become apparent to someone simply walking through the site. It represents a genuinely valuable shift from purely reactive conservation, repairing damage only after it becomes visible, toward a considerably more proactive approach, addressing subtle warning signs while meaningful intervention still remains relatively straightforward and affordable. Even the ground beneath an 800-year-old temple, it turns out, can now be continuously watched from hundreds of miles above it. If sonar technology sounds at all familiar from outside tonight's specific journey through ancient history, it may be because the exact same basic principle helped locate one of the most famous shipwrecks in modern memory. The Titanic, finally found resting on the Atlantic seafloor in 1985, using side-scan sonar equipment, functioning on essentially the same basic principle as the survey work that revealed the Baltic Sea's ancient hunting wall decades later. Sound waves, sent downward and patiently timed as they bounce back, work exactly as well finding a sunken ocean liner from 1912 as they do finding a stone wall built by hunter-gatherers 11,000 years earlier. It's a useful, grounding thought to end this particular thread on. The tools behind tonight's ancient discoveries aren't exotic, mysterious technology reserved only for archaeology. They are the same familiar, patient instruments already quietly working across dozens of other fields, simply pointed this time toward considerably older ground. As tonight's long journey above all this hidden ground finally begins settling toward its close, it's worth remembering one last time that discovery in this particular field has never really been about dramatic, sudden revelation, so much as patient, careful attention sustained over considerable time. Years of quiet fieldwork at Upahno Valley before the LiDAR finally revealed its true scale, decades of Sahara research before the full extent of its ancient rivers became clear. A routine training exercise that happened to notice one oddly straight line of underwater stones. Nearly everything genuinely significant we've covered tonight required someone willing to keep patiently looking. Long after the initial excitement of a first promising signal had already faded into the slower, steadier work of actually confirming it. Perhaps the most valuable lesson to carry forward from tonight's entire journey isn't any single discovery at all, but the broader, gentler reminder that our current understanding of the ancient world, however confident it might feel, remains genuinely incomplete and likely always will. Every generation of archaeologists has believed, at least to some degree, that they finally understood the overall shape of the past reasonably well, only for the next generation's tools to reveal considerably more hiding just beneath the surface of what previously seemed settled. Tonight's satellites, radar, and lasers are simply the current chapter in that same very old, ongoing story. One that began with a curious pilot noticing unusual patterns in English farmland, and will likely continue long after all of tonight's specific technology has itself become comfortably outdated. The ancient world, it seems, is patient enough to keep a few genuine surprises in reserve for absolutely every generation that comes looking for them. Somewhere right now, quietly orbiting far overhead, a satellite is passing silently above a stretch of desert, jungle, or ocean floor that no archaeologist has ever properly examined. Its sensors patiently recording data that may not be seriously studied for years or even decades after it's actually collected. Somewhere else, a research vessel is running a routine sonar survey for reasons having nothing at all to do with ancient history, entirely unaware that its equipment might just as easily stumble across the next blinker wall completely by accident. The specific place and the specific discovery remain genuinely unknown even to the very people whose current work will eventually quietly reveal it. That particular kind of not knowing, the sense that something remarkable is very likely still out there, patiently waiting its turn, is a genuinely comforting thought to rest on as tonight's own journey finally comes to its close. Before we let this particular journey rest, it's worth remembering how quickly a technology built for one purpose can quietly become essential to something else entirely. Radar, meant to study wartime aircraft, eventually mapped rivers no one alive had ever seen flowing. Lasers built to measure atmospheric particles eventually rebuilt an entire vanished Cambodian city from nothing but scattered points of light. Sonar built to hunt submarines eventually found a wall built to hunt reindeer. Nothing about tonight's discoveries required inventing anything new from scratch. It simply required someone patient enough to ask whether an existing tool built for one purpose might quietly reveal something else entirely if they just pointed it in a slightly different direction. Decades before any LiDAR survey ever flew over Cambodia, French archaeologist Bernard-Philippe Grolier proposed in 1979 what became known as the hydraulic city theory, arguing that anchors entire civilization, its rise, its enormous scale, and eventually its decline was fundamentally organized around large-scale water management rather than religion or military conquest alone. At the time, Grolier had only limited physical evidence to support such a sweeping claim, and the theory remained genuinely controversial among his fellow researchers for decades afterward. When LiDAR survey work finally revealed the true extent of Anchor's reservoirs, canals, and water infrastructure more than 30 years later, it largely confirmed exactly what Grolier had originally proposed. Based on comparatively little direct evidence and a considerable amount of careful, patient reasoning. It's a genuinely satisfying kind of vindication, watching a controversial theory, first dismissed as overreaching, eventually proven correct by exactly the technology its original author never lived to see for himself. In Greenland, satellite and aerial survey work has helped researchers map the full extent of Norse settlements established by Viking-era colonists beginning around 985 CE, including farmstead ruins, church foundations, and grazing land boundaries that remain remarkably well preserved within the region's naturally cold, slow-decaying soil. As climate change gradually alters permafrost patterns across the Arctic, researchers increasingly rely on regular satellite monitoring to identify newly exposed or newly threatened archaeological material before organic remains, including textiles, wood, and preserved food waste, deteriorate rapidly once exposed to warmer, wetter conditions. These same Norse settlements were themselves eventually abandoned sometime in the 1400, likely due to a combination of cooling regional climate and disrupted trade routes, a genuinely familiar pattern of environmental strain we've now encountered in nearly every corner of the globe throughout tonight's journey. Even in the coldest, most remote corner of tonight's map, the same basic story keeps quietly repeating itself. The practical cost of conducting a LiDAR survey has fallen dramatically over the past 2 decades. From expensive, specialized equipment requiring dedicated research aircraft and highly trained technical operators toward increasingly compact, lightweight sensors that can now be mounted on considerably more affordable drones operated by smaller research teams with more modest budgets. This steady decline in cost helps explain why the pace of significant LiDAR discoveries has accelerated so sharply just within the past decade. Since considerably more research groups, universities, and even smaller heritage organizations in less wealthy countries can now realistically afford to commission their own survey work. What was once a technology available only to a small handful of well-funded international research projects is steadily becoming a genuinely accessible, standard part of archaeological practice worldwide. Sometimes the most important development in an entire field isn't a single dramatic discovery at all, but simply the tool required to make that discovery finally becoming affordable enough for considerably more people to use. Looking back one final time across tonight's entire journey, from a 1981 space shuttle flight to a 2024 AI model quietly reviewing drone footage of the Peruvian desert, it's worth noticing just how much the basic story keeps repeating itself in gentler, more patient form. Someone builds a tool for one reason. Someone else, sometimes years or even decades later, points that same tool toward old, quiet ground simply out of curiosity. And more often than most of us would ever really expect, something genuinely remarkable turns out to have been waiting there patiently the entire time. Whatever comes next in this field, whatever tool gets built next for some entirely unrelated purpose, there's a real chance it will eventually end up doing exactly the same thing tonight's technologies have already done again and again. Quietly, patiently handing us back a piece of the past none of us had thought to go looking for. One final, small thought before we let this particular journey rest. Every ancient structure we've wandered through tonight was, at some point, built by someone who fully expected it to be seen, used, and remembered. A canal meant to water real crops, a road meant to carry real travelers, a wall meant to guide real reindeer toward waiting hunters. None of it was ever meant to disappear. It simply did the way things gradually do, buried by centuries of ordinary sand, ordinary rain, and ordinary forest, patiently doing what sand and rain and forest have always done. Tonight's technology didn't restore any of it to its original purpose. It simply, quietly, let us see it again, exactly as it was, resting undisturbed in the dark for exactly as long as it needed to. And so we come, gently, to the end of tonight's long journey above all this hidden, patient ground. We've moved from buried rivers beneath the driest desert on earth to an entire city rebuilt from scattered laser points in a Cambodian jungle, to 60,000 structures pulled quietly out of the Guatemalan canopy, to a wall built to guide reindeer toward their end 11,000 years ago, resting now in the cold, dark water of the Baltic Sea. We drifted briefly over Andean roads, still walked today over a Roman resort, quietly sinking beneath the Bay of Naples, and over a Greenland farmstead, slowly giving up its secrets as the permafrost around it continues to change. None of it needed digging to begin. It only needed someone patient enough to look at very old, very familiar ground from an entirely unfamiliar height, and to notice, finally, what had been waiting there quietly the entire time. What ties all of it together isn't really the satellites, or the lasers, or the sonar equipment itself. It's something quieter, the same steady, very old human instinct to look up, to look down, to look again from somewhere new, simply because we've never quite been able to stop wondering what else might still be there, just out of sight, just past the edge of whatever we already think we know. That instinct built the first curious aerial photograph in the 1920s. And it's the same instinct still quietly guiding every satellite currently passing. Right now, somewhere far above, wherever you happen to be resting tonight. If your mind is still drifting somewhere up there among the sand and the treetops and the dark, quiet water, that's all right. There's nothing left to hold onto tonight, nothing you need to remember for later. Let your jaw loosen one more time. Let your shoulders sink further into whatever is holding you up, mattress or couch or chair, wherever tonight happens to have found you. Take one more slow breath in and let it go even more slowly than the last, the way a satellite drifts quietly onward in no particular hurry, simply following its own patient orbit. If you're still awake and still wanting more, there's another video like this one waiting whenever you need it. Another slow, quiet journey through the deep past, ready to carry you the rest of the way to sleep. But for now, There's nowhere else you need to be, and nothing else you need to do. The rivers, the cities, and the sand will all still be there tomorrow, exactly where they've always been, patiently waiting for whoever happens to look next, tomorrow, or 100 years from now, whenever that finally happens to be. Rest easy. Let it all fall away, slowly, gently, the way sand finally settles once the wind has quieted down for the night, the way water finally stills once the tide has finished its long, slow work. Sleep well. I'll see you next time.